Okay. Now, I forgot to schedule this stream last night, so this is probably going to be a relatively quiet one for a while at least. Hello! Hello, Chaos. How you going? Okay, so late. I am late. I forgot to schedule the stream last night, and then I slept in, and I am quite tired. By 18 minutes, yeah, it's a bit of a sleepy one today. Sorry, brother. But I'm here now. You good? That's good. So I want to do this dude as like. So I think we want his fur to be more of a black fur, but I'm not just gonna leave it as like the base coat black. So I'm wondering what we'll do to achieve that sort of black fur color. It probably won't be actually black. We'll probably start off by making it brown, and then darkening it up a bit. Probably darkening it up quite a lot, actually. Yeah, because we want him to have different fur color to this dude. Yeah, I'm tentative on what we're gonna do for this. We'll figure it out. I'm just getting my colors out first. It's been so long since I've painted anything. I am so frazzled. I think this would be a nice color to use. But when in doubt, we can always just get out the other colors that we're going to use and paint different parts until we figure out what we want to do with the fur. Where is my Agrax? There we are. There's the Agrax. Okay. Yeah, I have I have not figured out how exactly we're gonna do the fur on it. Have I watched Dun yet? No, I haven't. I was going to watch it and then I got very busy. I haven't gotten around to watching Dun. I really need to. Yes, I do, so call it early and go watch it. Come on. I'm not streaming that much this week. You can't just tell me to go fuck off and watch Dun. Come on, bro, it's peaked. I trust you. Yeah, I will watch it tonight. Have I ever had 3 bloody noses in 2 days? No, I've never really had bloody noses. Instead, my sinuses just seal and I can't breathe. Like, I have had nosebleeds before, but it's never been like a consistent thing. Is this like your nose has just started bleeding, or have you just been punched 3 times in 2 days? Skaven, yes, yes. Hey Theodore, how you going? They just randomly started bleeding. I see, I see. Good, you and Frank doing alright? I'm doing pretty well. Francois hasn't shown up just yet. I did forget to schedule this stream, so people are just kind of trickling in at the moment, but yeah. Used to get them all the time as a kid, multiple times a day, many times. Think it was dry air or something, you don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is, because I got nosebleeds a couple of times as a kid, but, it's never really been like that for me. I've always been on the opposite end of the spectrum where it's just like complete, oh, Frank the Brain Bug, he's chilling on the shelf, he's having a good time. How is air dry? Yeah, no, yeah, like Train said, like, if, like, when air is really humid, it's super moist, and you can have the opposite of that. Is there wet air? Yes, there is such a thing as wet air. So, Chaos, you know when there's about to be a storm, and the air feels really thick? That's because the air is very wet. High humidity. I'm done. That's all good, mate. With his kids, his wife, the Norn Queen, has to pay child support. They're enjoying a vacation on the shelf, overseeing the painting of rats. Oh yeah, on the topic of rats, I'm super keen to play some Skaven because I got some myself and a couple of my friends, we bought Total War Warhammer 3, and so I'm gonna play the shit out of Ikit Claw. Gonna nuke some cities. It's gonna be so good. So I'm painting Skaven Tide, Break from the Night. Yeah, at least at the moment. Yeah, like the night is a long time project. I'm gonna be working on that constantly, but I like to bounce to other things every now and then just to keep things interesting. Gaming stream? Probably not. My friends cannot be trusted on on YouTube. I think that some of them are fine, but the thing is, oftentimes when we're gaming, we'll be in Discord with some other friends, and those other friends cannot be trusted on the live stream. What do they say? Weird things? They say some strange things. I will say this. There are a lot of odd conversations that come up with my with my friends. Yeah, I don't think I particularly trust some of them. Most of them are fine, but there are some who I think would be a danger to the channel's potential. Because, like, in the past, I have done streams where I've, like, playing games with my friends. Like, when I streamed Destiny way back. I think it was before I went to Japan. I was playing the Destiny Witch Queen campaign with a friend of mine. And that was good. But, like, it... he was one of the okay ones. There are some other friends who might show up if I were to stream, like who might show up in the Discord call if I were to be playing other multiplayer games, and I cannot trust their ability to hold their tongue. After the Age of Sigmar edition launch box, do you have any other education launch boxes? What do you mean by education launch boxes? What do you mean edition launch boxes? I don't have any. The only edition launch boxes that I have are Skaven Tide and Leviathan. Bought a starter set of Inferno Space Marines on Amazon just a week ago. I'm waiting for them to arrive. Your first time ever painting middies? Nice! Do you have a color scheme that you're planning on painting them in? Just basic ultramarines, don't want to get too complicated. No, that's all good. Blue is a really easy color to start off painting with as well, so go for it. Yeah, I would say that blue is generally one of the nicest colors to work with, just because it tends to cover really well, and you don't need to thin it down too much to get a nice finish on it. Yeah, have fun, mate. That's the big thing for me. Biggest advice that I frequently give out to people when they're getting into painting is don't worry too much about making mistakes. Just enjoy the process, because it's really hard to permanently fuck up a mini. Like, if you make a mistake, you can always just put more paint over it. I just say, make sure the paint isn't too thick when you're applying it, because if you do relatively thin coats, then you can always adjust if it's not to your liking. You do enjoy the Blood Ravens. Dawn of War player, I see. I respect that. I got into 40k through Dawn of War initially. Yeah, I want to paint some Space Marines up as Blood Ravens as well. Next time I paint some Space Marines, I'll be doing that. Because my first batch of Space Marines that I painted, I did them as Dark Angels. But yeah, 100%, next Space Marines I'm doing are going to be Blood Ravens. Speaking of new models, guess what you got? Pants and Amazon. Is this... I'm not sure if this is going to be like... Is this lizard men? Do they only wear pants? You like Dawn of War 2, the Tyranids? Yeah, I believe Dawn of War 2 was my first Dawn of War game. And then I went back and played through the original Dawn of War. I got the anthology, so it was base game, Winter Assault and Dark Crusade. Fucking loved that. And then I got Soulstorm a couple of years later, and I never finished it. Just didn't like it compared to Dark Crusade. And we don't talk about Dawn of War 3. Hello everybody. Hey Gavin, how you going today? Your first ever introduction to Warhammer was the original Space Marine game, but you were so young you had no idea what was going on, and only until Total War Warhammer 2 came out did you get into it at all. I see, I see. Surprised you're a Blood Ravens fan then, but that's cool. Nice. Did you then go back and play Dawn of War from there? Because how else would you be exposed to Blood Ravens? Or you just find their lore and think that they're really cool? Doing alright, missed me by about an hour the other night. That's a rip. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, my streaming is pretty cursed this week. And it's been pretty cursed for a while. I think that hopefully this week should be the last week of fucked up streams. And by that I mean on the schedule, I said that I'm going to be streaming on Friday, and then I realized that I'm flying out of state on Friday. I thought that it'd be in the evening and I'd have time for a stream, but it's actually a really early morning flight. Like, I need to get up at like 2 o'clock. Actually, I can probably wait until like 3 a.m. to get the models you got with Tyranids. I see. How is Pants and Amazon a hint towards Tyranids? No, yeah, but... So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to do a community post to say that I won't actually be able to stream on Friday. But I'll be back, like... I think I'm flying back Sunday evening. So, I'll be able to stream again next week. And my work schedule will be a lot calmer from there. So, hopefully, we should be able to get back to 3 to 4 streams a week. And then we'll be good. Stop misusing cursed. Sorry, curse can only be used in relation to me permanently having the plague. I forgot. Yeah, you love old game. Replaying through Dark Crusade right now to get you prepped for the Unification mod for Soulstorm. Last time you played Unification, you got your ass kicked by everything. Yeah, I really like Dawn of War. I'm a little sad because I feel like that game is my childhood, but it's just sad because it doesn't hold up particularly well compared to other RTSs from the time because of the way group moving units works. It, like, if you have multiple squads selected and you try to move them, they automatically spread out a lot, and so it's really easy to bottleneck. I think that's the main thing that keeps me from enjoying the game as much now. Because I went and played Age of Mythology very recently. I replayed all 3 campaigns in the new edition of it. I played through all of them on Titan difficulty, which is a lot of fun. And that game holds up so well. It just makes me really sad that Dawn of War hasn't aged as well. Dawn of War 2 has still aged pretty well though. Like that game a lot. But yeah, I used to play so much Dark Crusade. And the Winter Assault campaign is really, really fun. Hey, how's the fly? Did I eat him? No. I managed to catch him out of the air in my closed fist. He flew past me and I went, whoppa! And caught him in my hand, and then I walked outside and threw him away. See, if that huntsman was still here, then I would have just fed him directly to the spider, and that would have been awesome. I got some Tyranid Warriors with a Prime Amazon along with some what you pens might get stolen, guys. I see. Love playing Astra Militarum in Dawn of War. It's just the most accurate, you feel, portrayal of its units, at least how you play. Just send wave after wave of guardsmen. Mate, it was the most upsetting experience for young me playing Dawn of War campaign and then fighting like a strong Imperial Guard force, because it's just, you load onto the map. Like if you're attacking a guard held tile, and you load in, and the entire map is just covered in their barracks, and then it's just thousands of these fuckers, and I'm here with my Necrons that move at snail speed, just trying to walk my few heavy units in, and there's just literally hundreds of these bastards. Each squad has like 12 dudes in it, and they're just lighting me up with the las guns before I can even get into range. It is so painful. Get swarmed instantly. It is really hard. Dark Crusade was so hard. Only thing you're going to end up painting tonight is acrylic ink trays if you can get done making the kids' costumes. Oh, right. Yeah, you guys that do Halloween over there. I forgot that Halloween is like an American construct. It's a spooky month, I see. Yeah, there are, like, some people do it in Australia. Like, if you go down the road, it'll be like every 10th house might be set up for it. And then there are some neighborhoods which get more into it, but it's not a huge thing in Australia. Like, every year we'll buy some chocolates just in case some people come door knocking, but I don't think we've ever had someone show up at our house. Oh, we don't celebrate Halloween? No, it's not really a big thing in Australia. Some people do. Seen so many fake skeletons in the bed of people's trucks this week, I see. That this is like the perfect time to ditch to throw away a body. Half of you do half of you do Halloween, the other half you're going to hell for it. Very American, I see. Thought everyone celebrated Halloween. No, it's basically, I'm pretty sure it's specifically like was made in America. I don't know if it was made up in America, but it at least is mainly popularized by America. Like, I don't know if they anyone from the UK here? Do you guys do it over there? Because it's like, yeah, like I said, it's some people do it in Australia, but most people don't. But now you got 50 Termagants, 3 Warriors, 5 Rippers, 3 Leapers, 10 Gene Stealers, a Winged Tyrannid Prime of Psychophage, a Tyrannofex, and a Swarm Lord. That is a lot. That's a lot of Tyrannids. Yeah, I feel like every stream I am astounded by how many models everybody has. I feel like I have a lot, and I'm just plugging away, painting like 1 mini per 5 hours if I'm lucky. That's actually a really good pace. It's way less than that. And you guys have got these enormous armies that you're just smashing through. Surprisingly, in your town, trick-or-treating has mostly died out. You only see trunk-or-treaters if it's like a parking lot full of cars with people giving out candies. That sounds really sketchy. I would not trust a trunk-or-treating parking lot. Originated forever ago as Samhain, but America is the one that started trick-or-treating. Itaewon, South Korea used to have a huge event for it every year until the club tragedy. Right, that sounds tragic. But I would say like South Korea has a very big has big American cultural influences, doesn't it? Kind of like Japan. So they most likely would have gotten it from America. But All Hallows Eve started in Ireland. Yeah, I'm aware of All Hallows Eve, but yeah, I'm pretty sure about like specifically, yeah, trick or treating, like Halloween, modern like pumpkin shit. All that's very American, isn't it? The reason for both is World War II. Yeah. Yeah, I am deeply familiar with at least the American influence of Japan. I'm not so much familiar with the Korean side of things. But yeah. I'm the Japan guy. It's your time to head out. Night, guys. Thanks for dropping by, Theodore. I'll catch you later. Didn't Halloween start in Ireland or something? Oh, yes. I think, yeah, Theodore just mentioned that All Hallows Eve started in Ireland. But I think it's like Halloween as we know it, I'm pretty sure is a very American construct. Yeah, sorry, watching multiple videos. No, it's all good. Don't need to apologize. Ah, shit, I just got metal on his skin. I'll see if I can clean that up with a clean brush. Canadian, the stereotype is real, I see. The compulsive apologizing. metallic granules suck to clean up? They do, yeah. I think I got the worst of it, but I'll probably just have to go over that back with the flesh tone just to hide it. How to go about diluting the paint when attempting layers. So usually it's just I'll just for most of my paints I will use them on a wet palette. And essentially how much water is too much? It depends on what you're going for. But for example, a good way to figure it out, if you're not sure, where's a color? So here, I'm gonna use some of this green anyway. I'm not gonna show you with the metallic silver there because it's already a very smooth paint, so that's why I'm using it in a plastic palette like this. But for most of my paints, I put them on a wet palette. Get rid of that. And essentially, what I'll do is so I've got my cup of water, and so I'll get a little bit of water on the brush, then I clean off most of it, so that it's essentially just leaving a moist trail on my hand, and then I just drag it out on the wet palette like this, until it looks relatively smooth, and before I put it to the mini, what I will do is I will just test it on my thumbnail, and if it looks smooth enough, if I'm happy with the consistency of it, then I go for it. But otherwise, I will keep thinning it, or I will introduce more paint. Some people recommend a consistency similar to melted ice cream. Oh, I haven't heard that actually. For me, it's always been just fuck around on my thumbnail until I get something that I'm happy with. It's not so it's a very imprecise method, but the thing is, it really depends on what kind of layer you're going for. Like, you're always better going thinner than thicker, because if you go too thick, then you build up texture, and that's pretty nasty, but if you go too thin, all you have to do is just add more paint. But yeah, I just test on my nail because it's a nice smooth surface, and it's similar to the painting it on the mini. Just clean that up. My methodology: step 1, fuck around; step 2, find out. That's how I do all my painting. Everything I do is fucking around and finding out. And I think that's the best way to do it, because it means you find out. And I think finding out is very important. But yeah, in the case of this metallic I'm using, it is an airbrush paint, so it's pre-thinned, so I don't really need to thin it down at all. Yeah, now I'm thinking I might try a different color for the tubes to what we're going to do for the gun. But we'll figure that out when we get to it. I'll start off by base painting it all in the same silver. And then we can always tint it from there. But yeah, this is going to look much too bright and silver for Skaven stuff. It's not looking very Skaven-y. But I think we will be able to convert it into whatever aesthetic we want. Love acrylic paint. You can thin it into almost water and still have it be effective if needed at that consistency. Yeah, it's really nice. I haven't done a whole lot of glazing with it. I really should work with glazes more. But it is very satisfying to just thin it down to a glaze and fuck around. So easy to mix as well. Yeah, before I hoarded a shitload of paints that I'll never use, I just had a few basic colors and I would just mix everything. Did I play any original Warhammer Fantasy at all? No, so I've never really been a tabletop gamer. I just like to paint the minis. And as far as the Warhammer Fantasy setting in anything, the only stuff that I've really played is like Skaventide. Oh, sorry, not Skaventide, Vermintide, the video game from Fat Shark. Beyond that, I haven't really played anything that's in the fantasy setting. I played a little bit of Total War Warhammer 1, I believe. But there were a lot of networking issues with it when I was trying to play with my friends, so I didn't really play a lot of that either. Only visual difference between Skaven tech and normal tech is age, and you can always add that later. Yeah, that's exactly. Well, also, a lot of the time, Skaven tech will be made of wood as well. Because they're freaks. Okay, I'm thinking I might like do a green glow from the inside of the barrel here. So the way I'll probably go about that is I'll paint the very back of it in white and then green on top of that, and then I'll do the edges in silver, and then I'll come back through with a green glaze. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Rat. It is a rat, Sunju. Glazing over silvers, whites, and golds is always a nice look. Yeah, I really like working with particularly this Vallejo silver, just because you can start it as a silver and then turn it into a gold, just with a yellow glaze or something like that. So, and it just covers so nicely. It's really easy to get a nice, smooth metallic finish and then just turn it into a gold if you want it to be a gold or something like that. Yeah. Finally caught a stream. Surprisingly, you slept early, so you missed the last one. I see. Oh, since you're here now, Sanji, I can ask, is Halloween a very big thing over in the UK or not really? Because it's not really something we do in Australia. Not massive, no. Yeah, that I didn't imagine it would be. Parties and things, but no big show like the US. Right, yeah. Also, you finished model a couple of weeks back, but right. What model did you finish? Leviathan Dread just uploaded to community finally. Nice. I will finish applying the metallics here, and then I'll have a quick look. Started work on your Dominus, leg skeleton done and armor is mostly done. Top is still early days, but you gotta glaze for hours to get a smooth gradient. I see. Sounds like a, it sounds like an ordeal. Also, Miss got your Hive Tyrant for your birthday, getting 3D printed chest in a couple of days. Should be able to get 2 out of the kit. Ooh, nice. How much money would you say it costs for a good Skaven army? I'm sorry, Liam, I have no estimate for you. I do not play the tabletop, so I don't know like how many points you would need. I don't know the point value of anything, and I don't know how many points you would need to build something, like to build a functional army. I don't know anything about the meta, so I cannot help you here, I'm sorry. I'm just some guy who likes painting the minis. If I were to guess, all I can say is probably no small amount. How'd the first Rat Ogre turn out in the end? I'll show you in just a sec. I'm pretty happy with him. I haven't done the base yet. You don't play, you just like painting? Yeah, that is, yeah, I'm in the same boat. I bought the Skaven Tide box, which has a lot of Skaven in it. I think it has like close to 50 Skaven minis. And I've already forgotten how much that cost me, but it was too much. It was a lot. Okay, before I put more paint on the brush, this is the first Rat Ogre. He's alright. No, he's not amazing, but he's pretty good, I think. There are some things that we can definitely improve on. But yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's a decent mini. But yeah, I think there are some things that we'll be able to do better on the second one as we come through. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the fur color, so I want to see if I can get a better fur color going for this one. Used to like $6 D&D kits, and you see $400 kits of like 4 characters for language. You have a stroke. Also, the first Rat Ogre is sick. Nice. Oh, thank you. But yeah, yeah, Games Workshop really know how to charge for their plastic. The details are really nice. Yeah, thank you. I think that there are some things that are a bit meh, like the flesh color I'm not a huge fan of, and the fur. I think the flesh color's alright. The fur is a bit meh, though. But I think that I've done a better job defining where the fur is on the second one. And I think with some shading and that sort of thing, I think I can make the ripples of the muscles look really good. Yeah, so I think we've set a better foundation for this second one. Maybe add a red wash to the skin. It could give it a kind of irritated rat skin hue. Maybe, yeah. I'm a bit scared of doing that to the original one, just because his skin is already actually really pink. I'll bring it up again in a second and show you. But yeah, I'm a bit nervous about making it redder than it already is. I think it's just, it's with this one, his skin is quite flat, so I will need to definitely do something to that, just to give it a bit more depth. Have I painted any other rats or still on the ogres? It's still just on the ogres. These creatures part of the Warhammer lore? They are from Warhammer Fantasy, so yes, they are. They are not in 40k. Unfortunately, I wish they were. But long story short, they're rat men that live underground, and they're absolute bastards. They are the worst. That's pretty much it. They are rats and they are bastards. That is their lore. By the way, that Krork model I painted, is that the Major Kill one? It is. It's the I think it's called the King Orc. Yeah, I really like the Major Kill minis. They're really cool. There are humanoid ratmen in 40k. Or there are the there's like the lore of the like the crashed spaceship, but they're not Skaven. The Emperor one is beautiful. I haven't actually seen what his Emperor one looks like. I've got the Magnus one though, and the Magnus one is stunning. I haven't built it yet though. I'm scared of it. It's also canon cat girls in 40k. I see. Okay, I think as far as our base layer of silver goes, that's about everything. Just want to make sure I don't have any of the primer peeking through. Just popping in to say hi, very blessed by Nurgle, have a bad chest cold and a few boils and pox marks, and 3 popped up on your leg today, Nurgle symbol. What the fuck? Jesus. Are you okay, Silver? turning into a champion of Nurgle. You about to have flies start spawning out of your back? The ogres in the Skaven box? Yeah, the Skaven box comes with 3 rat ogres, I believe. It gives you 3 rat ogres. It gives you, like, 800 clan rats. It gives you one of these thingos. One of these contraptions. And then there's a rat riding a big rat dog looking thing. And then there's some rats which are they've got like big long sniper rifle looking versions of this. They gather when you smoke, I see. There's a lot of rats. I don't think there are any storm, what are they called? Are they just called storm rats? No, they're surely not called storm rats. They're something like that. They're heavily armored dudes. I don't think there are any of them. I think there's a Grey Seer of some kind in the Skaven Tide box. A Storm Vermin is what they're called, but yeah. One moment, I will be right back. I'm just going to go fill up my glass of water. And then when we get back, we'll probably apply the Agnax Earthshade over the metallics here. And then we'll see if we can figure out what we're going to do for the fur. I'll be right back though. 1 second. Okay, I am back. Gonna say good evening and head to bed. Righto. Thanks for hopping by, Silver. Hope you get better. Okay. Let's apply some Agrax Earthshade to these metallics. Oh, actually, before I do, I might actually use a different metallic on some parts, just so that I can get some definition. So I'm thinking this sort of rust color here would be nice. Just so that it's not all one color. Darker brown or dirty orange could help with skin highlights or shading for them. Right, yeah, that'd be a good idea. Have to figure out exactly how I want to go about it, but yeah, I will keep that in mind. Wash time? Yeah, I'm just gonna get a second color on the metallic before I start washing. Have I tried streaking grime on anything yet? I don't have streaking grime, so no, I have not. Could be a fun thing to play around with. But not as of yet. Okay, this particular airbrush paint is incredibly thin. Holy shit, it is way thinner than the silver. Like, I had barely any water on my brush and it is just separating. Recently used a 1-to-1-to-1 wash of Null Oil, Reekland, and Lamia Medium to wash your night. Turned out nice. Right, okay. Don't believe I have any Reekland. I assume that's Reekland Flesh Shade, is it? Yeah, Reekland Flesh Shade. Righto. Yeah, I don't believe I have that one. Give me out Fear Cats, but they're painted to be Hello Kitty and Garfield. This is reminding me of the Hello Kitty night that someone mentioned a while ago. What was it? The pink and white Imperial Hello Kitty night with with Hello Kitty stickers on it for heraldry. It's useful. Tried painting your first proper Space Marine face the other day. Nightmare. I'm scared of painting human faces. Hello Kitty night goes so hard. It's like the Welcome to the Night Cafe meme, where it's like the cat in like in the frilly pink dress. Oh, sorry, not the cat. That it's the knight in the frilly pink dress. Imagine going to the afterlife and the story is, yeah, the Hello Kitty Space Marine blew my corpse to bits with a bolt gun. I think there's no, like, there is no sadder fate than dying to the Hello Kitty Space Marine. Stomped on by the Hello Kitty Knight. Turned into a fine paste. No matter what faction they're from, if they die to a Hello Kitty Space Marine, they will not be named in the following remembrance ceremony, and I wouldn't want to be either. Just forget about me at that point. I don't want to be remembered for that. Trajan Valoris, aka Kitty, gets stumped on by Hello Kitty Knight. All makes sense. Cycle of life been real different since the Hello Kitty Marine showed up. I like how there's the Hello Kitty Knight, and there's the Hello Kitty Knight stomping around just destroying people, and then there's just a Hello Kitty Space Marine as well, who's just roaming around doing the Knight's work, but on a smaller scale. An emissary of the Knight. All fun and games until the Care Bear Marines show up. Oh man, that'd be fucked. That's game over. squad of Care Bear Marines deep strikes into your house. Alright, I think that's probably good for the alternate metallic color, and so now we can start washing. So I'll start washing on the bits that don't have wet paint on them, and then we'll work our way over to the bits that we've just done. Ooh, I just threw the tin of paint. Glad that didn't crack open. Well, the ghost bedsheet is pinned and ready to iron, but the bunny ears aren't dying to the proper pink. I see. Classic ghost bedsheet. Didn't know it was a real phenomenon. Hang on, where is the other bit of the chainmail? I swear that... Oh, yeah, there it is. Between his legs. It's for an ironic teenager, I see. It's a shitload of Chaos Knights riding the little ponies. This is a dangerous concept. Those knights, they're all bronies. That's how they fell to Chaos. It's fucked up. So you're in for an Imperial Knight with Chaos Knight styled legs. I still don't know what the Chaos Knight legs look like. Like, you guys talk so much about how the Chaos Knight legs are just better. I have no idea what they look like in comparison to the Imperial Knight legs. Oh man, I messed up here. This is all meant to be flesh. I'm gonna have to redo that. That's annoying. An extra joint like the armature legs, I see. You brought that to the competitive games and one you feel like your opponent would sell all their Warhammer stuff and never play again. That would be the most, like, that would be the most ego-crushing experience if you're, like, serious about, like, Warhammer Tabletop and someone just shows up with, like, the My Little Pony, Care Bear, Hello Kitty army and just crush you. Do I own any Catan? I do not. I am very, very tempted to get the Necron Christmas set and get the Void Dragon. That would be fucking awesome. But as of yet, I do not have any Catan. How many Catan models are there? Is it just the Void Dragon, the Nightbringer, and the Silent King's car? Deceiver and Transcendent too? Oh, okay, I haven't seen their models. Only the Void Dragon's worth buying for the model? I see. Yeah, that's like... That's the only one that I've seen, and the, I know that there's a Nightbringer model, but I haven't seen it. But the, yeah, the Void Dragon model is just beautiful. Wrapping up your Bloodraven's Dreadnought, had to learn how to use Vallejo paints. Also, your first time using metallics. Oh, nice. How'd it go? Do you like the Vallejo? From my experience, Vallejo paints are just really smooth covering compared to the Citadel ones. Like, you don't need to thin them down that much. Took you a bit to get the thinning down, but yeah, they're very nice. But you're gonna stick to Pro Acryl for edge highlighting though? I see, I see. I'm not familiar with Pro Acryl. I might check them out when I start running low on some paints. You see a Warlord Titan being talked about? Hang on, what? Where? Where is the Warlord Titan mentioned? Magnus at 500 followers. True! Let's do it. I'm down. I am 100% down. Then after him a Warlord Titan. Now, hang on. Wait. No, this is not part of the deal. that is 10,000 subscribers. We do a Titan. That was the deal. 10,000. In other words, never. You said you're down, you locked into this contract. I'm down for the Magnus, not for the Titan. Look, the Titan is a done deal at 10,000. We have decided on this. Can always count on you to bring a Warlord to chat. That's just your brand, Silver. You're the Titan guy. You're also the Nurgle guy. You're also the insane, just like permanently painting and building all his own shit guy. Oh wow, that metallic that I'd put on still hadn't dried properly. Whoops. Opinions on the Dread once I have time. Oh, right, shit. Yeah, sorry, I was going to do that. It'd cost us less to buy me 10,000 bot subscribers than it would for me to buy that Warlord Titan. That's fucked up. My ego is so bad. That would actually kill my ego if you guys just botted my subscribers. Where are we? Leviathan Dreadnought. Oh, wow. That is really nice. Holy shit. It's so smooth. Whoa. That is some of the nicest black I think I have seen on flat panels like that. And the checkers are really cool as well. Mate, that is crazy. Making me feel so bad about my own painting. Holy shit, nice. The shoulder was a bitch. Yeah, they the checkers on the shoulder look so nice. now self-conscious about your dread. Look, I'm self-conscious about all of my painting after seeing that shit. Like, man. With an airbrush, you reckon it would have taken like 1/3 of the time? No, mate, the fact that you did those really smooth black panels without an airbrush is impressive. You're applying it with applying the, or you're shitting at applying the matte varnish is either going to remove the glare and show good gradient or remove the only thing saving the model. Right. No, it came out really well. You'll actually have a psychotic break if you try to paint another dread, or a big dread again. Next one's going to be a Contemptor with the same scheme. That scheme is really cool. Luckily no big flat panel, so limited glazing, yeah. It's always nice. Been painting for almost a month? Nice. Okay. I think our metallics are looking pretty good now. You've thus far avoided being sucked in by GW, but then you came across a full array of the Nighthorn army today. That's trouble, I see. Hold strong, brother. Yeah, I think the metallics are looking pretty good. I think we went a little darker than the previous dude, but I think that's all right. Yeah, definitely went a decent bit heavier with the Agrax Earthshade on this guy. And also I think the darker metallic that we've sort of interspersed it with as well has made it a bit less crisp. But I mean, it's a Skaven. It's better off being less crisp. So, now I think I'm going to have to go back and do some warpstone. Actually, let's see what the Agrax Earthshade looks like if I apply it to the skin, because I think it's the right sort of shade that it might make the skin look a bit more natural. Let's just get a bit that's inconspicuous, get out of the way. Just go like on the foot here. We can just choose to do his feet in this and see what it looks like, and then we can decide if we want to do it elsewhere as well. I mean, the feet will be a different color regardless. I'm not sure. I'm undecided on whether or not I like this. I don't think it's bad. Just don't necessarily think it does a lot for it. Well, actually, oh, I don't know. I think it could be good. Like, it's definitely a very different color to what we have. We'll at least do the feet like this. And maybe what we can do is we can have this be the difference between his skin and the parts where it's like burnt and raw. And then the parts that are this current color, we can do in like a gloss varnish or something to make them look really like raw and wet. And we can sort of push them to be a bit more pink. Raw and wet my Smeagol. uh, I could do that voice right now, but I am going to say no. You nearly had me go all in on the golem. Raw and wet just like the ex-wife. Sunju, you are younger than me. Why are you talking about it? Why are you making ex-wife jokes? Imagine you have one first. I see. It's a hypothetical. Kind of want to see this dread. It's on Sunju's channel there. So you can go to his community posts. He's got it up there at the moment. It's very cool. You're now officially 20, so you've earned the beginning of Downfall achievement. Welcome. It's only downhill from here, brother. Okay. How light is this? Okay, yeah, we can definitely make something happen with the skin tones here. Let's find some that we some sections where we want it to look really hurt. Maybe he's from Kentucky. They marry him off young there. What the fuck goes on in Kentucky? Okay, I think, honestly, this could be quite good. I like how it builds up at the edges there. Sort of makes it look like the flesh has been torn away and is very raw and it's kind of almost bleeding. Really, I should be doing the fur before I do any more of this. But I think that'll give some really good variance to the skin tone. You're born an alien, you'd not have been a baby at all. Do it, Golem. Why do we want me to do Golem? Just because I can doesn't mean I should. With great power comes great responsibility. Wonder if I could maybe do a white. Maybe white fur would be, Oh wait, no, we decided that a white fur is only for grey seers, didn't we? Just because black fur is kind of hard to do. Maybe I just go for a different brown. Maybe that's what we do instead. Just go for a different brown. We start off with... Let's start off with a white base coat and then go over that in brown. So we go for more of a light brown where this is more of a dark brown. I gave the rats a caste system based on their fur color. No, the rats gave the rats a caste system based on their fur color. Black fur would have worked better starting with a black undercoat. Yeah, but unfortunately, I just start with a black undercoat for everything because I'm not smart. So I just do whatever. Yeah, so just gonna start with the with a bone base layer, and then we'll go over it with some thin brown coats. And hopefully it'll come out nicely. For these smooth parts where there's no fur texture sculpted in there, I'm just going to try to sort of feather it with the brush, build up some texture with the paint. Ooh, accidentally just picked up a bit of wet red paint. Don't want that. Go around that bit while we wait for the red paint to dry. Do some other sections. I'm liking the way the bone is going over the black base coat, because it means that it's giving me some good variance in color. So when I go over with the brown, it won't all just be one big blob. Hopefully it'll come out quite nicely, actually. With any luck. Okay, that's looking pretty good. What else do we do? In the bone, we'll also want to do the belt. Will need to be bone, because I'm going to go over that with Earthshade just to make the belt a nice color like what we got going there, which is just bone with Earthshade on it. That should be nice. I think we did the loincloth in bone as well before we went over it in red. Oh, sorry for your ballistas. He ended up with Tron highlights and you sacrificed him to practice. I see. Your practice menus were from the Dark Souls board game? I did not know there was a Dark Souls board game. Sadly, for board games, they're less detailed than GW and other minis. Yeah, I feel like they. Well, I mean, I'm sure there are some insane Dark Souls 3D prints you could probably get if you want to paint some cool Dark Souls minis. Yeah, I'm gonna be base coating the loincloth in the same Ushabti bone that I'm doing the fur in, but I'm not gonna do that until after I've painted the fur brown, because otherwise I'm gonna confuse myself when I'm going through with the brown paint. It's cool. It's true you actually have some really cool Dark Souls prints you've made. No idea there was a tabletop game either. Yeah, I feel like the Dark Souls designs are just so cool. I would 100% buy some Dark Souls prints just so I could paint like Abyss Watchers and shit. That is like, that'd be so neat. Some of like the large monsters would be insane. One day you'll have the balls to put a name on your dreads. I have been, like, for the night that I am painting, I am being harassed to paint an unreasonably long name onto that thing, and I'm not doing that shit. The two you're excited to paint are the Outrider Knight and the Dancer. Yeah, the Dancer would be insane. You would be able to play a Dark Souls board game more than twice. You'd lose the pieces throwing it around the room. Surely the board game wouldn't be as frustrating as the game or as the video game. Surely, right? Maybe it'd be more frustrating because since it's a board game, there'd be less skill at play. It'd just be getting fucked over. Definitely an interesting board game. You never finished it. You just get constantly fucked over by RNG. Where's the dry brushing? I'll probably dry brush some. Well, actually, I don't know what I would dry brush here. I could probably use it to pick out some of the fur texture just for the tips of it. But right now, I'm just setting down a base layer because I'm gonna come back over this in brown, and then I might dry brush the tips of the fur just to give a bit more variation in color. Takes a long time and it's not easy. Yeah, I could imagine that being a Dark Souls board game, it wouldn't be easy. And it taking a long time is that's just how board games work. Monopoly is like a 3-day ordeal. Monopoly is long unless you play with your extended family because someone gets donkey punched for getting all the railroads. What the fuck is getting donkey punched? Some of these bits I definitely won't be able to dry brush. I'll just dry brush for the parts that have like proper texture to them. Dread's finished for now. Nice. I am just a much slower painter than everybody in the chat. Quite sad. Ah, well. It is what it is. I'm much better than you are, and Dread talk about 12 to 15 hours. 12 to 15 hours is nothing, mate. And I will not accept that I'm much better than you are if I haven't seen what your painting looks like. Like, I spend such an unbelievably long time working on things. Like, I think last time we were working on the night, we figured out that I'd been working on that thing for like over 40 hours. And that thing is nowhere near done. That thing is fucked up, and it doesn't. It's not even like the paint job. I would say is good. I don't think it's like on the level something should be after 40 hours. And so once we get all the bone color down for the fur, we'll do the warpstone while we let it dry. In fact, I might just quickly do a couple of little bits of bone on some of the chunks of warpstone just to set out some highlighted points. Just for there. And there. And there. So hopefully these bits will be dry by the time we get to the to applying the warpstone. So we have some bright points underneath the green. And where was the other chunk of warpstone we had? We've got some little bits on his back here. Are you watching and just getting into painting yourself? Do I airbrush at all? I do have an airbrush. I don't use it a whole lot. I mainly use it for priming and base coating. I do want to do more with it, but I'm not super confident. I didn't get it too long ago. But yeah, I definitely do enjoy using it. You can get some really nice smooth finishes with it. Oh wow, is this the one from like an hour or so ago? Yeah, this is the same one. We're getting there. haven't really done a whole lot in the past hour. I think it's mainly just we've weathered the metallic a bit, and I'm laying down the base coat for the fur color. We're gonna go over all the white sections in some brown just to sort of pull him back together, make it look a little bit nicer. Trying to do the opposite of spending more time on each mini. It is a nice break from neat freaking over every line. Yeah, I'm really enjoying working on like Skaven and Tyranids. For me, are they're my stress relief from painting the knight, because for me the knight is like high stress. Oh, I've got to do everything perfect. I've got to spend like as much time as possible on this, and then the Skaven and the Tyranids are just like, yeah, there's some filthy boys. I can just throw paint on them and just enjoy being messy. Did Nids first and you're going from them to Marines and you're like, wow, I suck at painting. Yeah, for me it was like, I started on Tau and I was like, man, I need to be so neat because there are all these nice, hard, solid lines and designs and stuff. And then I went to Necrons and it was similar, but Necrons are pretty chill. And then but I spent a lot of time doing stuff and like trying to be really neat. And then I got to Tyranids and then Skaven, and it's just so nice just being able to throw paint on and just have a good time with it. Enjoying the night so far. Then again, you haven't started freehanding yet, only gradients so far. Yeah, I really should do more work on making gradients and stuff. I feel like that'd be a lot of fun and a nice skill to learn. Yeah, I don't really do a whole lot in the way of that sort of thing. Fun and gradients don't go hand in hand with an airbrush. Shouldn't be as painful though. Yeah, I think honestly airbrush is probably the best way to go just to get some nice smooth gradients. I've got the tool, I may as well use it. I do want to try doing it by hand though, at least once, just to see what the experience is like. Get a feel for the pain so I know what the airbrush is saving me from. Gonna need to pull him off the base in a second so that I can paint some of the stuff on the on the fronts of his shins, because I can't quite reach them with the base in the way. Gradients are time intensive. Purple, blue, quickly blend. Then blend. Yeah, I did a little bit of work with gradients when I was working with my Necrons, because I liked getting the sort of the energy flow going from yellow to orange to red, just like in all their cracks and recesses and along their Gauss tubes and all that. That was a lot of fun, but I haven't really done it on any flat panels or anything like that. I think that's all the stuff on his back. We'll just pop him off the base now so we can reach the stuff on the fronts of his shin. Where was it? It was on this leg here. And I'll need to redo some of the flesh as well, because some of the skin I missed entirely when I was doing this. And so I believe I did all this in Cadian flesh tone. Just get a tiny bit of this on the wet palette. There we are. I won't need to worry too much about making it super smooth on the underside here, because it's going to be dark anyway. But I just want to make sure I'm hiding as much of the base coat as possible. Not really going to be looking up his skirt that much, so don't need to worry about that. There was another bit on his arm somewhere that I missed. On his forearm here. I think getting some color variation between like the bulges, like between a muscle and the surrounding areas actually works really well. Like if I get some really thinned down Cadian flesh tone, like some really thinned down Cadian flesh tone. Like that. I come over here. Let's find an exposed muscle, which would look quite nice. Like here. Just pick out a brighter point here. Maybe a little bit more of the paint. Yeah, we can get some nice, very subtle definition going, I think. Your Marine's left side bright green, right side neon pink. The line blended down the center gives them a classic 3D glasses effect that's painful to look at. I see. Painting Ryan Gosling, Ryan Ratling. True. Yeah, I think that just getting the really subtle definition on the muscles, I think will actually be quite nice. Just give him a little bit of depth. Oh, wow. Look, okay, I'm really happy with how that looks. Holy, that's great. Okay, that's what we want to do then. I've figured it out. So I want to do the red, and then just pick out the very tip of it with the thinned down Cadian flesh tone. I think that gives us a really nice effect. But before I do that, I'm going to be doing the warpstone glow. I've got that on my palette right now. So while all my bone-colored paint dries, I'll work on that. Well, I'll do the greens. That looks nice. Can I steal it? Yeah, sure. Basically, it was Cadian flesh tone with a very thin application of what's it called? Here, Doomfire Magenta to get the initial pink tone, And then I went with a very thin application of Blood Angel's red contrast to just pushing it around the edges there. And then I went very thin application of Edian Flesh Tone back over the very top. Quite like how it looks. Man, I forgot that the Warpstone Glow looks terrible when it just goes over black. I was really hoping that it would cover a bit nicer than that, and I wouldn't have to go all bone and then white on certain parts, but I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Yeah. Damn it. Your skin method is nothing because you have not and will not do flesh. Fair enough. Okay, so I'm going to need to redo these parts that I'm doing with the Warpstone Glow. 1 second, I will be right back again. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna need to redo these chunks of warpstone. So we're gonna go over them in bone to begin with. There's a second chunk of warpstone that I may as well do first over here. And then we'll pick out some bright points in pure white. Not a huge fan of using pure white for things, but I think it's fine for this because I'm going to go over it anyway. Your skin method is skin tone and then some kind of brown wash. You just do D&D so you don't spend 2 decades on your minis. Yeah, I don't have minis for D&D. I play D&D, but we've never used minis. We just we use spare dice as proxies. Until I got because I'm the DM eventually, I ended up getting some little timber tokens to mark people out. You've been tempted by the gods? What does that mean? What are you about to buy? You may start your Tyrant tomorrow because you want to paint the wings really badly. Yeah, I don't think I've painted wings on anything before. Oh man, I really hope the first wings that I have to paint don't end up being Magnus's wings, because that would be incredibly stressful. Oh, whoops, I accidentally wiped some paint off of this chunk of warpstone here. Not gonna buy anything just yet. I see, good. Hold strong. Oh, I just ripped his his body snapping apart. Whoops. Let's lift him back off the base there and see if we can put him back together. Whoopsie. There we go. It's like nothing ever happened. Good as new. Your friends, you draw the, well, you and your friends draw the, your D&D characters. Your Dark Sun half-giant dwarf was one ugly princess. I see. What was I doing? It's gonna go near the chunk of warpstone here. And we're thinning down the bone a lot. Because what I want to do is just get some liquid bone color and just dab it into these cracks here. Oh, that's so satisfying. Have I ever painted the Dark Souls minis? Some of them are pretty nuts. I have not. I feel like they would be very cool though. Oh, this is so satisfying, just getting like the liquid paint and just letting it run through the cracks. Beautiful. And so then while that dries, what else can I do? Maybe put the Skaven green through the cracks, the next one, like there's Skaven magic going through his veins. Oh yeah, so that's what I am going to do. I'll show you the, so I'm putting the white in there so that I can then put the green over it. Like what I did with this guy here. Yeah, I'm having that basically for the cracks around the warpstone. We're going to have the green going through it. and hopefully it will come out quite nicely. Guess while this dries, let's find. Oh, okay. I can put bone on his claws while we wait for this to dry. Ooh, my hands are shaking quite a bit now. I think it's because I'm holding the mini in quite a precarious position. It's just like I'm holding it by both of his legs. Just the way I'm pinching it, I don't really have a particularly firm grip on it. So then we'll come back and we'll put some Agrax Earthshade over his claws once that dries. How am I going to access this last claw? It's a bit of an awkward one. Oh, there we are. Yeah, cool. Got him. Although that foot I didn't entirely get with the skin color initially. When you hold models' feet like that, it takes the paint off. Yeah, I'm being very careful to only touch the bits that I painted several, like, last week. Because I don't want to accidentally rub off any paint that hasn't fully cured yet. think we can probably go back to doing the green now. And we'll put him back down on the base so that we have a firm, like a solid foundation to grab onto. Oh, hang on. I was going to do some white bright points. This is airbrush white, so I'm not going to put it on the wet palette. I'm going to put a tiny bit on our regular palette here. And I'll just pull the focus back in, so I'm holding him in a different spot. There we are, that should be good. Hang on, I'm just gonna hold it up much higher, just need to get the focus right. There, that's where we want it. We just want to get some bright points on this so that when the green goes on, we get some variation in the color. And where's our other chunk of warpstone? It's over here. Bit more paint on the tip of the brush. Alright, you gotta go, getting late. See you guys later. Great job with the mini, by the way. Cool, thanks for hopping by, Liam. Have a good sleep, mate. See you later. Okay. Now we can go back through with the warpstone glow. So come round over here. And I'll do the stuff in the cracks first. Glazing or dry brushing? I haven't done any. I'm probably not going to dry brush at the moment. I'm probably just going to glaze it on. The flesh bump on the back looks wicked. Yeah, I want to try to get the most of the flesh to look sort of like that, or at least several things like that, because I am quite happy with how that's turned out. Just get a little bit of a thinned down green in the crack here. Just see if we can spread it through the different cracked sections. Seen a couple of cool dry brush glow effects recently. Yeah. I haven't seen people using dry brushing for glow before, so I might have to have a look around, see what's trending at the moment. There's one channel that did some seriously impressive monitor screens. You'll see if you can find it. Righto. Yeah, I reckon that's probably fine enough for the chunk of warpstone. I don't really know what else I can do to make it work that well. The day you can do OSL is the day the galaxy burns. OSL is painful. Let's see if I get some really, really thinned down warpstone glow, I might be able to do a little bit of OSL without going overboard. It's around... Yeah, probably the way I'll do it, I'll start further out and drag it in. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy enough with that for the OSL. I think that's a better job than what I did on the first one. The first one, I think I went way too hard on it. That's the new one. That's the old one. I think I went way too hard on the OSL for the first one. But the second one, I think it's just subtle enough. Well, I think the warpstone can probably afford to be a little greener. It doesn't really seem to go much greener. Oh, let's do the other. The other chunk of warpstone over here. This one will be nice and simple, thankfully. Don't have to worry about the glow on the skin or anything that much. There's Nightly Painting Studio, can't find the exact video though. Right, I'll check them out, I haven't heard of them. Maybe I'll get a little bit of OSL just on the body underneath that that crystal there. Just a little bit down here. Just not sure how much you want to have in here. I think that's probably good. I think that's a good amount. Then just a little on here as well. Man, I'm so bad at OSL. I don't know when to stop. I think, okay, I'm going to stop now. I'm going to stop now. I think I've got it okay. So then I've just got 2 tiny little bits of warpstone on his back here, which I won't do OSL for. I'll just make them green. Actually, maybe I'll do a little bit of object source sliding. Just a tiny bit of green on the brush. Get a bunch of water. And then just... Oh, that's terrible. That is really bad. I think I've just ruined it. Oh, I've actually just made a huge mess. This is on the really nice part of the back that I'd done as well. I've ruined it. If we can just pick it up into the belly of the brush. Okay. Going to need to be a lot more careful. Okay, I think that's good. And then there's going to be some green in the gun here. Your rat stones are the opposite. No glow, green warpstone, slight darker green outline, magenta and red to make them look sunken into the flesh tones. Oh, interesting. The bed sheet is done, but the damn bunny ears were held together by glue, and I'll have to finish rushing them tonight and re-glue them tomorrow. Sometimes being inept seems fun. I see. How you going, Francois? Okay, so now we get some thinned down green for the stuff that's coming up the barrel here. So just like this. And then just a little bit on the edges here. Then just with a wet brush, I'm just gonna see if I can pull back some of the green on the inside there. Just a little bit. I think that should be plenty, honestly, for that. So now we'll just figure out what brown we want to do for the fur. And then we can come back and do the rest of the flesh like this. So hang on, let's figure out. I'm going to be holding it at this height, so get the focus to about there. That's good. Oop, his body is coming apart again. There we are. Hey, well actually, let's get some Agrax Earthshade on his claws while I remember, because I'm going to forget otherwise. There's a very scatterbrained approach to this. I have like 10 different things that I'm doing at the same time. I need to keep bouncing back and forth or I'll forget. It's called shotgunning, I see. Okay, so now we're going to be doing the brown of the fur. I think I'm going to try this one here. It's sort of a red-brown. I like trying out new colors that I haven't worked with before. And if we don't like it, we can always change it. Oh, I have a sneaking suspicion this is the same brown I used for this guy. That'd be really funny if I'm like, ah, time for a new brown, and then I accidentally grabbed the same one from the previous guy. I think I did. I genuinely think this is the same brown. Fuck. Let's clean this up, pull this back, and let's find a new brown. You thought I was gonna say, if we don't like it, we can all go fuck ourselves, guys. Come on, surely my brand is a little better than that. I'm not... Surely that can't be on that can't be that on brand for me. What do you reckon? Lighter brown or just trying to figure out what sort of... This is probably too close to his flesh tone. That's just red. Oh, that's just yellow. How do I keep throwing the bottles of paint while I'm shaking them? It's way too light. Maybe a contrast paint would do it. Just need to figure out what color could work. Gilliman Flesh might actually not be too bad. Let's give Gilliman Flesh a try. Let's try it out on one of his ankles here. Wrong color. Is that a bowling ball? I say this because I've accidentally thrown 2 paint pots today while I've been trying to shake them up. Yeah, I think honestly the Gilliman Flesh isn't bad. Let's go with that for the fur for this dude. It's a frisbee, I see. We all get stuck trying to make our armies match, doing nothing the same could be true to chaos. Look, at least for the Skaven, there's no need to make them match. They're just a bunch of rats. The only thing that you might want to make match is just like the color of their loincloth. And even then, like, just go wild. YouTube algorithm somehow sent you here for once and it's a good thing. Love the scheme. Hey, welcome. Yeah, good to know the algorithm is working. And yeah, I'm having fun with these dudes here. I'm still not 100% confident on the flesh color, but we're figuring it out. I think I got something nice going with this lump on his back here. And so we'll probably do some more with that once we get the fur color done. Skaven clothes are dirty, scavenged rags which never match, and making identical armies is ridiculous that they're clones. True, true. I mean, in the case of Space Marines, they're going to be pretty identical. Well, not identical, but they're going to be pretty similar looking because they're uniform. But yeah, for Skaven especially, it's like, man, just make those guys look as fucked up as possible. Color schemes look good on the table though. Yeah, that's like, if I were playing tabletop, if I were playing the tabletop, then I would be much more concerned with making my dudes match, but I'm happy just to paint whatever the fuck looks cool. Yeah, I think this fur color is good. It's kind of like mottled and yuck. I like it. I just realized I missed a couple of points on the gun that I'd meant to make green with the warpstone glow, so we'll need to come back to that. Let's get a little bit more of this this fur colored, and then we'll come back and do the gun while I remember. Skaven pretty much would have Splinter did all the drugs and broke into a government research dumpster. True. I mean, you can't not like the Skaven. They're just the funniest guys. Use the good old Vallejo Japanese Uni World War II. I don't have a lot of different Vallejo colors. The only Vallejo paints that I really have, I've got a couple of standalone. I've got a standalone green. I've got a standalone orange, and then I've just got their airbrush kit. So I don't have a lot of their army paints because they're all very similar. They're all in those similar sort of greens and browns, and I don't feel like I need a wide range of them. You didn't have to pay spray paint. You'd no joke stay up all night to paint this beautiful bastard. What do you mean you've literally already stayed up all night, Sanju? What time is it right now? Tell me what time it is where you are. Oh, that's you have a class in a few hours, so you gotta sleep. Yeah, you can't say you would stay up all night. You already have, my friend. Lies. If I'm lying, tell me what time it is. Prove it. 12:37. I see. Yeah, that'd be 4:47. There it is. There it is. You've literally stayed up so long. Go to bed, Sunju. That's early or super late. It's super late. He has not gone to sleep yet, so it's late. Staying up all night only counts if the sun is rising. Look, I guess since it's winter for you, the sun's not going to be up for a little bit. But, like, that is like, the sun is already rising for, like, at 5 o'clock in Australia. Early, don't worry, no. How many hours of sleep are you going to get? Like, 2, 3? Sun won't be up until 8ish? No way it's like that in the UK. What? Even in winter, it's like sunrise is like 5:30 or 6 o'clock in Australia. Maybe 4 hours? Okay, get out of here. Take care of yourself, you fool. And you've got a 5-hour block in between classes. Oh, that's rough. Winter in Scotland, there's maybe 5 hours of sunlight. No way. I guess you're really far north. That's crazy. But I guess it's just like that, because I remember when I was in high school, I did an exchange to Germany, and it was winter at the time when we were over there, and I guess even then it was like sunrise was like 7, and then sunset was like 3 or 4 o'clock. So I guess it makes sense. It's just really foreign. Okay, making good progress, I think. Like, I reckon if we focus in on this, we can probably finish it in the next hour or so. Gonna go play Phasmophobia, have a good night. Righto, thanks for stopping by, Technic. Have fun. Oh, hang on, I need to just realize this has been just out of focus this whole time. There we are. Yeah, we can probably afford to go a little darker on the chest here because it's in the shade there. Yeah, I think that's all of the fur done now. I think that's all of the fur. So, what is left? We've got, I'm gonna need to do the ears. I'll need to pick out back in the flesh tone, so that'll be just here. And then on this side here, there he is. And then, for the belt's going to need to be done in Agrak's Earthshade. And then I think it's just the belt, and then the rags for his face and his loincloth. And I think that's everything. I can't think of anything else that I'm missing. Oh, and then it's all the skin, of course. He's looking dapper. Thank you. He's quite a refined gentleman. Okay, so we'll apply a base coat of bone to the rags, because then we're going to go over it in Blood Angel's red. And then we're going to go over that in Agrak's Earthshade. Getting the mystery model reveal on Friday's stream. Oh, about that. About Friday's stream. Turns out I can't do it. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I am flying out of state on Friday. I thought it was going to be in the evening. Turns out it's in the morning. So I won't actually have time for that stream. I'm going to do a community post. But, yeah, my streaming schedule has been absolutely cursed for the past couple of weeks. This weekend, after I fly out of state, when I come back, hopefully, curse should be lifted, and we should be able to go back to 3 to 4 streams a week. But yeah, it has just been full on for a while. Also, why are you still here? I thought you said you're going to sleep. Hang on. What is going on here? Shh. Okay, okay. Don't question it. Alright then. It's not my place to say. I'm not your dad. You're definitely sleeping, okay? And messaging from beyond. Hey, then we just need to get the stuff on his front. Just pop him off the base there. Hey. So now we can go to the rag on his face. Alright, we'll sleep finally, but only because you want to paint tomorrow. Motivation aside, good on you. Go to sleep. See you in 87 years. Yeah, I'll see you when my when my stream schedule isn't nightmarish. Catch you later, mate. Yeah, I really do like the way this red comes up on the rags. I'm not sure if I'll go over this one in Agrax Earthshade, or if I'll just keep it as is, because I went over this one in Agrax Earthshade, and it darkened it down quite a bit, but I think I might like the brighter red. Or rats. Hello, Lale. Yeah, you've caught me near the end of painting this fella here. We're almost there now. You've basically just got to do the rags and then finish up with the skin tones. Oh, that hasn't quite dried yet. We'll need to leave that be for a little bit and then we'll come back to it. I think the face... Yeah, the rags on the face have mostly dried. I might have gone a bit thick just there, so we'll clean this up a little. Pull it back. There we are. Yeah, that's much better. Still probably a little thick, so we'll just remove a little bit of the excess. And this is so satisfying. Yeah, something about painting red. I don't know why it is that red is really satisfying to paint with. I think just because it's like, it tends to cover nicely and it's just, such a stark contrast to the bone white that I've got underneath. Really makes me feel like I'm doing something. That's our rags done. So now we can go back to doing the, we can do our final flesh tones. So we essentially just want to make it all, like, we want to expand on what we've done here. We want to do this in the other sections. Not all of them, but a few of them. So I believe what we had done was it was essentially just a tiny bit of this Blood Angel's Red that we just used for the rags. We're gonna put it... Where can I test it at? We'll do it here. So that's a fair bit of it. So we put it down like that, then we get some water. And we essentially just dilute it and drag it around. We just want to push it into the edges. And then we'll clean our brush, dry it, and then soak up any excess that we have, because we don't want to have too much of it. Just want it to be enough to tint the edges and sort of define our shadows and stuff. At the same time, we want to reintroduce little tiny bits of it into the recesses where it might have gone a bit too light. A little bit of it just along here, just to find the edge of the edges of the muscles. We'll let that dry. And then we'll come back through with a tiny, tiny bit of our flesh shade just on the tops of the muscles. So while that dries, let's do this again on this this little bit here. We get a little bit of the red in there. I'll zoom this in a little bit as well, so you can see a bit clearer what I'm doing. We get a little bit of red in there, and then we just pick up the excess where we can. Leave that to dry. And I think we're going to focus this in particular on the bits that have a lot of round shape to them. So I'm not going to do it on this section here because it's not as round, so we won't get as much nice definition. But I will do it on like the arm over here and stuff. I'm nervous about how I'm going to do it over here where I've got the... Actually, let's try it over here where I've got the warpstone in his body. I'm nervous about ruining the object source lighting that I've got going with the warpstone. So I'll have to be careful about that. Just apply a little bit along the top there like this. And then we'll clean our brush and just get some water. And just see if we can drag it around the outside edges here. Should draw varicose veins on him. I'm not confident in my ability to freehand some varicose veins on this guy. He is roided out of his mind, though. By the way, my mic is a bit quiet. Oh, sorry. Okay, thanks for the heads up. I'll pull it in a bit. Yeah, thanks for the heads up on that. Is that better? Speak again. Hello, hello, hello. It's just looking at the balance on OBS. It seems like this is I'm about twice the about twice the audio level of the background music. So I imagine that should be fine. Yeah, that's better? Okay, cool. Is this layer paint or some kind of varnish? It's a contrast paint, which it's basically a mostly transparent paint that I'm going on very thin with. So I've got it really thinned down just so that I can try to pull the red into the edges of the muscles. Just help define the shadows and give it a bit more color and depth. Because like when it's not thinned down, it goes on like this, quite a bit thicker, but you can see it's still transparent. But I'm thinning it right down, so it's going on more like that when I'm applying it. They always call when you're enjoying a stream. Yeah. You seem to get a lot of phone calls late at night, Francois. You're a likable character, what can you say? I'm a nice guy. Nice guy is not how most people characterize you. Think only a couple of girls have ever accused you of that one. Accused you. I see. Cool, I'm still on. Yeah, I'm probably getting towards the end of it now, Gavin. We're just doing the final skin tones on this dude. And then I'm probably going to wrap up. Skin tones, and then I'll probably do some red dots on his eyes and we'll call it done. Get a bit of the red there. And then get a wet brush and just smooth that around. It's fine, can't sleep anyway, so here you are. I see. Yeah, I think this this red contrast is really helping to give him the look of he's roided out of his mind, because it's just like really flushing his skin. I'm gonna pull it back in parts. I remember you talking about watching people stream the game Risk. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. That was a while ago, but yeah. Well, tonight, without you knowing it, you killed one of them in a game. Oh, I see. Nice. You're more like that friend that's dark, brooding, incredibly cynical, but also has the most insightful and interesting takes on things that you just have to get their opinions on things. Francois, are you allowed to say that about yourself? I just thought you'd share it. Yeah, that's cool. You can tell me what people have told you. It's not your opinion, you share. I see. Okay. So what's your actual name? Don't mind me asking. Oh, name's Jack. Not shy about that at all. I think I've mentioned it before, but yeah, I'm Jack. That is my human name. Some decent work I've got here. Yeah, thank you. I'm happy with how it's turning out. Been a fun one to work on. Yeah, I was not expecting to enjoy doing flesh tones as much as I am. I thought for sure that it would be a nightmare scene, but it's actually quite fun. Okay, I think it's probably good for the reds, for the most part. A little bit on the front there. Let's drag this around a bit. And then we can start coming back through and making it look like this one here. So the way we did that, I believe, was we get a little bit of our Cadian flesh tone, thin it down quite a lot. And we're just going to feather it in on the on parts of this. Maybe not so much on that one. Like up here, for example. Oh, yeah, this is really nice. I like this a lot. That might be a bit thick. We'll thin this down a little bit. Yeah, I'll need to try that bit again. Thin it down a little bit more again. This is good, I think. Yeah, this is good. Just about getting the slight sort of pussy look that I think is quite nice. Pretty good with a fine detail brush, man. This isn't even really a fine detail brush. This is just a number 0. I've done pretty much everything today just using a number 0. But yeah, I'm really enjoying doing the muscles here. It's actually really cool. First time doing something like this, so I'm really happy. I think it's definitely a big improvement from the last Rat Ogre. Just curious, have I ever used liquid green stuff? I have not. I'm traumatized by all forms of green stuff. I have sprue goo that I use occasionally, that I've just made myself. Just the soup of Tamiya cement plus sprue offcuts. Easy to ask, do you think it would have been good in some of those seams? I think that, honestly, I'm pretty fine with a lot of the seams on the model because it's, most of it looks pretty natural anyway, so I think it's fine for the most part anyway. Yeah, I'm not too fussed by how it's turned out. With the as far as the seams are. Just personal preference, you do models how you want. Oh yeah, no, of course. If I were wanting to make these as good as possible, then probably would have done that. But I just wanted these are my break from the night, so I'm just doing some relatively quick and dirty minis, just for the sake of getting something done. And learning some new stuff along the way, like doing flesh tones, which is fun. Speaking of nights when I'm getting back to it, it probably won't be until next week because of the way my schedule is looking. I won't be able to do the stream that I scheduled for Friday. My next break from night minis, I should do some of those Seraphon Croc minis, the really big boys. Oh, Seraphon are the, that's what they call the Lizardmen now in Age of Sigmar, isn't it? Man, I really want to do Lizardmen. They're so fucking cool. Yeah, the Lizardmen are sick. We being robbed of a Friday stream again? Yeah, I know, it's fucked up. Because, like, I've said this a couple of times, but Francois, basically, I'm flying out of state for the weekend, and I thought that I was flying out Friday evening, but it turns out I'm flying out, like, early Friday morning. And so, it's fucked, yeah. But in any case, I think I'm probably happy with calling this one done. I'll zoom it out a little bit. But yeah, I think that's about everything that I wanted to get done for this fella. I definitely much prefer how we've done the skin on this one compared to the first one. I think it's also because he's got a lot more exposed skin. I was able to really focus on it. But I think it's just much nicer the way the tones show through. It looks a lot more... It has a lot more depth to it, so I'm really happy with that. Yeah, I'm happy with this. So I'm probably going to call this one done. And yeah, I'm going to head off for the day because we've been going for 4.5 hours now. But yeah, thanks for hanging around, guys. Again, sorry for all the the tomfuckery with the stream scheduling. Oh, that guy's body's just snapped apart. We'll just see if we can click him back together. There we are. But yeah, I will yeah, I'm gonna call it for the day. Clean up my workbench and yeah, head off. Thanks for hopping by, guys. Yeah, we'll be working on the night again next time. And then maybe we'll pull out some other Skaven or Tyranids or something for our other off minis. I've still got one more Rat Ogre that we haven't painted yet, so maybe I'll do him next. But maybe I'll do a different Skaven and then we'll come back to the Rat Ogre. Otherwise, I've got Necrons and shit lying around. I've got all sorts. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to head off. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.